We are live. Another stream of the devil is that on out. That on out. Voice is feeling a little gravelly. Something to keep in mind, I suppose. How's it going, Wormbird? Hey, hey. The stream is a work of fiction? In many ways, it is. I mean, you didn't really think I looked like this, did you? I love Twitch. 30-second ad followed by a 3-minute ad. That's because I run them manually? I explained this last stream. Actually, while those ads are running, I'm going to go refill my water. Back in a tick. No, I'll be right back. Don't worry. Back. Hope no one worried. How's everyone doing? Good, I hope. I'd like to say we're a little late on stream starts, but I mean it's feeling more and more like 1 p.m. is just kind of the start time I shoot for, maybe. Jelly, have you played Shadow Generations? I played it recently in Speak. I have not played Shadow Generations, although I do plan to play it at some point. Actually, my brother has it, so I have it installed through the Steam family. But before I play that, I would probably want to play through Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 first. And of course, I am going to be streaming Sonic 06. Because I promised that I would. I said that if it didn't win at Jadsea, I would be streaming it. For me, jelly streams are just a treat that occasionally pop up in the evening. Hey! Don't reframe my inconsistent stream schedule pleasantly. I'm trying to be better. It's honestly probably the best modern Sonic game I've ever played. It's very impressive. I'm very impressed. I've heard a lot of good things. A lot of great things, even. I really do want to play it sometime. Lurf showed me the first couple of levels, and they look pretty good. They reminded me a lot of, structurally, of Sonic Adventure levels. What if I say it in ASCII sensor character? I'm wondering if I should get that fixed. I probably should at some point. Streamer, can you recap everything you said in the past 3 minutes? No? What? How do you think I'm supposed to drive traffic to my VODs channel if I don't force people to rewatch sections of it? Come on, man. It's marketing 101. Haven't you ever heard of FOMO? Maybe if you just bought a sub, you wouldn't miss out on 3 minutes of stream. Duh, that's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how it's always worked. No, don't kill unarchived message chat. I'll figure it out at some point. Oh, big stretch. Like I said, at some point, I am planning something of a rebrand. I call it a rebrand despite having no brand. I'm like the fucking members mark of streamers right now. You fucking, you go to Aldi's and you buy me because I'm not the fucking name brand streamer and I'm 70% less expensive. You want to be very generous. It is a kind of white line Chan. Stealing Joe Chan's on Jelly Channel streams? Unheard of. Howdy, Flora. Welcome, welcome. I enjoy Jelly for the Jonas, but I enjoy Jelly for the Jelliness. Aw, thank you, Merrick. I'm doing good, thank you. I gotta say, I'm enjoying Of the Devil. However, I can't wait to get to a gameplay game after this is over. It's a lot of reading. It is a lot of reading. Not that I don't enjoy it. Again, I do love this game quite a lot. But I want to press buttons. I want to press buttons, and I want to be able to read chat and not lose my place in my reading and lose my train of thought. Metal Wolf XD is still on hold for various socio-political reasons. So instead, we're going to play Titanfall 2, a game that surely has no political implications tied to its gameplay and messaging. Surely not. It's just a game made to speedrun. But you'd know which game was up next if you checked the About section of this very Twitch channel, or even the Stream Games channel in the Discord. It should be a VN of Capital Volume 1, Peak of Peaks. I don't know what that is, but I'll agree with you implicitly. Alright, day 3 of the Devil. I fucking hate having to say that. I fucking hate having to say that every single time. Day 3 of the Devil, day 3. We just had our first trial, which seems to be significantly improved from... Well, I don't know about significantly improved, but certainly improved, especially the blackjack minigame. Are you still planning to remember the Alamo in February? What? Did I have a stream bit plan that I forgot about, or are you just talking generally about remembering the Alamo? West of... Oh, right! Yeah. Probably. Probably, yes. I don't actually know the story for Titanfall. Oh, no. I just... Sorry. I've been told that my sneezes sound like coughs. Or rather, I haven't been told. It's just that people don't usually say bless you. Oh no, hold on, sniffles, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I don't actually know the story of Titanfall, but it's published by EA, so it absolutely is only allowed to be vaguely pointing at the status quo. Let's see. I have only ever seen Titanfall 2's story in the context of a speedrun. And it looked awesome. To the point of, like, maybe I'll watch, like, a couple... maybe I'll watch a speedrun of Titanfall 2 before I stream it and see if maybe I can try some of those little speedrun tricks for myself, because they look really, really fun. Every once in a while, I get the urge to find a game that's, like, speedrunnable and go for it. I remember really, really loving the speedrun achievements in Hollow Knight whenever I played them. Those were probably some of my favorite ones to do. Learning some of the tech was really, really cool. I enjoyed that a lot. Especially on, like, Steel Soul and stuff like that. Oh, man. I remember... God, there's one which was a pogo in a cathedral that lets you get one of the upgrades super, super early. And there was another one which was either skipping through an area without the big wall blast off thing, or it was using the wall blast off to skip massive or to go through an area backwards to get something. Campaign was pretty decent, but unfortunately it also highlighted that the multiplayer is much more fun. Player bases are ephemeral. Yeah. I've heard nothing but good things about the multiplayer of Titanfall 2. I played a little bit of it myself. It went on sale for $5 a couple of years ago. And so I picked it up on Xbox, and I really, really enjoyed what I played of it. But I'll be excited to play the campaign. Like I said, I've seen a couple speedruns, and they look really fun. But for now, we're not playing a gameplay game. We're playing a reading game. There was a time where I was so spoiled on movement tech that I could only play Warframe or Titanfall. Yeah. Oh, Warframe movement's so fucking addictive. The first time you learn how to do the bullet jump crouch roll, or the bullet jump roll jump combo, is fucking intoxicating. The levels of speed you can build up off that alone. What movement is better, Warframe or Satisfactory? Warframe. Warframe has better movement than Satisfactory. But the fact that that's even a reasonable conversation is kind of crazy. It is insane to me how good movement feels in Satisfactory. Like, God, what a perfect fidget game. What a perfect game to have on in the background as you're just moving around and walking and going around the uniquely textured environment that you built. Oh, what an awesome game. Like the three-headed dragon meme with Warframe, Titanfall, Satisfactory. It is! Why does Satisfactory have such good movement, man? And one of the things that feels even better about Satisfactory's movement is that you have to earn most of it. Like, I had to build multiple different factories to get my jetpack up and running. And to make sure that I had fuel to keep it fueled so that I would never run out. That was an active project that took me like an afternoon. And now I have jetpack fuel forever. Why is Satisfactory movement so much better than Destiny 2? Because Destiny 2 is a game designed to be a split PvE, PvP experience, and if your movement is too good in the game, then you have to design the PvP experience to be a lot faster and a lot tighter. And unfortunately, Destiny 2 does not give a fuck about the PvP experience. Ban fast travel, demand that open world games have fun movement. True, actually true. Spinning bars. All right, let's get to it. Henhouse floor. I don't know why I said that. Actually, let's skip the line here. So, we just went through the first case, or the first day of trial. We have managed to shut down enough of the prosecution's assertions to make it to the second day of trial, but the number one thing probably keeping us in play at this moment is the fact that the prosecution's key witness, the partner of the deceased, or rather one of the deceased, the most important victim, something Chopin, is a no-show. Did not show up to give testimony. So there's the possibility that something bad has happened. Streamer, if the devs don't care about the PvP experience, why do they keep trying to make people play the PvP mode? I don't know. I don't know. Because they have to keep it alive somehow. Were you there for Warframe's Rafflecopter? I was not. Or if I was, I don't remember what it was. Anyway. We managed to make it past the first day of trial because the key witness was a no-show. I guess we'll find out what happened there. The scene started, court is now in recess. Sarah said, "So Aurea Holdings is not part of House Icaria?" "No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the other." Wow, we're getting right into it with the fucking character voices, huh? That is very confusing. The way people talk about Satisfactory is kind of crazy. I've never played it, but every time I go on the Steam page, it's just like building factories for saying it's not that. Not saying it's not that good, but it's very odd to see. I do not like automation games very much. I came to respect Factorio on a second replay after understanding the underlying mechanics behind it with Satisfactory. But I don't think that I would play Factorio in my free time. Satisfactory, though, has the automation mostly simplified, and the real challenge is understanding the three-dimensional world enough and getting enough of a strong design sensibility to make your factories feel distinct and functional. They don't need to be either of those things, and you can watch Let's Game It Out if you want a good idea of how exactly your factory can be nonsensical and still function completely properly. But a lot of the fun of Satisfactory to me is making visually interesting, very satisfyingly laid out factories, and building them in unique locations that feel very distinct from one another. It's a very relaxing experience, mostly because the resources are infinite, so you just need to worry about optimizing the system in whatever time frame works. You know? I like it a lot. I really, really love Satisfactory. I gotta get back to it sometime. Satisfactory Saturdays were fun. I wonder if we should get back to them if I have time. Hardest problem to solve in Satisfactory is routing a water byproduct back into the supply. But that's the fun part, though. I like dealing with byproducts. Byproducts are fun to deal with. I love to make use of every single resource in a closed system. It's very satisfying. Very no, it's, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in if everyone in the Acadia family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Acadia family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? Never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. You say so? I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. I'm in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? Found his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some man at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both of his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers. You're trying to make me feel better. Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. That doesn't make it right. Taking a life? I'm gonna have to head out so I can try a game I bought today. See you guys in an hour or two. Have a good one, Flora. Thanks for stopping by. Parents having to outlive their children. Here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would! And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Acadia killing all those Bluebloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the Bluebloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so.
Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke?
Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? Hmm. So obviously we don't say Makoto. Obviously not. It's just a matter of, do we not say who it is, or do we tell him who it is? That's the real question here. Do you have a reason to lie? Confidentiality? You know, we're dealing with some people in some pretty high places. That could be a concern. Mirai isn't your client. It's not about client confidentiality. It's about, like, she's important. It maybe bad things could happen if he knows that she's the one that said that. Or that if anyone knows that she said that. There's a reason that she met with us in complete private. I'm gonna say won't say. To be honest, Sosuke, I've got the feeling I wasn't supposed to tell you who I heard it from. I'm just passing on a message. Could I ask? There's only so many members of the house who would want me to. Did the message mean anything to you? Yeah, that's the exact feeling I got. Did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past. The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably.
Undeniably?
What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses and the nobility know it was the Hound, but can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the paper. The entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam. But the neo-ability gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk, the circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford would have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. What happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you are pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about these kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that, but soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people, and I think it would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more.
Oh, we going right back into more courtroom stuff? Oh yeah, it's recess, right. That's how that works. Right, of course. Howdy, little cactus. Welcome, welcome. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene. Great voice switching, by the way. It's like you already read this. Thank you. I try. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10-999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27, we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit! We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor? Oh, right into it. Holy shit. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday, but complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Why were you nearby? Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? My partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say? It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because it was in the area, but the hell is there to even press when his answer is that simple? Almost tempted to. Was the soup good? Was the soup good? Was the soup any good, detective? Never got any in the end. Had this hole in the wall place in mind, but when we got there, it turned out that they got out of business last month. It had been a while since I last stopped by. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but honestly, I thought it would lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, they'd still be there. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Yeah. Your Honor? The relevance? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it, or I won't punish it, at least. Now, ask a real question. Right away, Your Honor. Awesome. Awesome. Were your body cams on? Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. What about your partner? Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Nope, she's a detective, so he would just say the same thing. She wouldn't be required to have it on either. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. Tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects, even though there was a 10999 on the third floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs and try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? Why would that be important? Let's find out. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. So I guess where the body cam's on. Howdy, BT. We will press on that one. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of the crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. My understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin. I don't know why he didn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor? Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Odd and I just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us? More like an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. He wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor? Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're... and they're already here. This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height. Gray blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch. You got made with your shirt off? He sneezes. Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. Organized Crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke. They should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces, but the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Ikaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting, but obeying the legal precedent. But the tensions, the human drama. I'll just be giving a summary. Case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence. Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day is through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But, Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's going to take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will just make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us with all the tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that... Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes? He's finally here. Oh. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really? But the redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Ms. Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. The jury wouldn't hear it either way. She has no need to stall for time. She won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against the redirect up till the very last moment... Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... Heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker, somehow. She really fucking hates any heartbreaker comparisons. There he is. Man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Ikaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry, that's just, reporting for duty. Name and occupation? Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation, Patrol Officer. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. Court understands that the city council had need of you. But I said my name wrong. It won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to this trial. Did I not set a reminder? Oh. Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? Isn't this the pirate guy from Venture Brothers? I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. You must have sustained quite the concussion, then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right. From where? The start? Oh. Well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. I was getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So, off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echoed down the lower wards, so I wasn't sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it'd have something to do with the Bluebloods. That area is a known hotspot. We needed the street, saw people slinking away from it. Got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. Peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. And my partner, shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? Those context clues are most of what I used to get to find the place, too. So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor, and we heard a loud slam.
A slam?
What kind of slam?
Like, slam! Or a salam. or like, salam.
Or like, slam! I don't know. It was loud, though. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay as he goes ahead, up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know if it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor, but I put two and two together when I saw a man there standing over him. Let the record state that the witness has finally identified the defendant. You heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone.
But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up?
To prevent escape? Search quickly to avoid probably to prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation, with some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind, and the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... Very heavy, loud. Okay, well... The dumpster is obviously very, very loud, so it's gonna make noise. This is also loud, gonna make noise, not a reason to think an escape is happening. I think my logic for choosing dumpster would just be, it indicates that the fire escape is being used, in which case, you would just do the fire escape itself. Right? Dumpster makes a loud noise, like a slam! It does. Why would you think the suspect was escaping if you heard a noise upstairs? Okay, well, here's the thing. You're picking what sound indicates an escape, not how they escaped. Okay, but if he heard the dumpster, that would be outside. Right? So he would have no reason to go upstairs if he believed an escape was taking place. So it would have to be the fire escape, because that's the only one that would give him a reason to go upstairs. The dumpster is on ground level. Fire escape? If you heard a fire escape slam, wouldn't you come running? Or wouldn't you come running? Yeah, okay. Fucking, come on. Okay. Then it's the dumpster. Okay, well... Yeah, fire escape doesn't make noise, but like... I'll just take it on that one. I'll take it on that one. A noise that came from the alley. Kind of noise with... Okay, but why would he go upstairs Why would he go upstairs if he heard noise in the alley? That doesn't make sense to me, but okay. A noise like the one I was treated to when... That's not what's in question, though, is it? It's just what made the slam? Okay, but like... That's fine. It's fine. Noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, left my ears ringing too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, Sumari, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire. Okay, now let me just let me... Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... Okay, so I need to pay closer attention to the specific wording here. Because asking about the noise. We use the noise to get to the fire escape, even though logically the fire escape is where we're heading. That's on me. Fire escape that's broken. So no one could climb up it. But anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh yeah! I can kind of see it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on the top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No? Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai. Thinking. I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking, and instead, flip the go board like you've told me to do before? Horribly misquoting me. But... Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. I'm just going to let that one pass. We all know it. We all know what it was. I'm just going to let it pass. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, not there when the police got to the third floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. I can't testify to that. One time I know the truth and I want to get it out. Okay, but the blood spatter tells you. I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. I do! Then the witness may continue. Please do! But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any details. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer in our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutia for us. Line by line. Like, every detail. Especially the irrelevant ones. Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. Quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock, threw the handle, and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam, and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Sound system, fire escape, front door. Hold on one moment. Headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. Checked the alley but didn't see another way in. Chopin shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Some kind of loud music. About a minute later I hear a thud from upstairs and came running. Okay. Seems like the sound system is probably going to be the point of contention here. The system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene tech started scanning the environment. Okay, so I think what might be happening is there's a couple things. If we're working with the sound system, fire escape, and a third thing that I can't remember, there's him saying that he didn't see another way to enter. When the fire escape is there, he'd probably just contradict that by saying, well, obviously the ladder was out, so there wasn't a way to access it from ground level, which we've just said. We've already said that in the court, so that won't work. He could say that the place was dead quiet, which could be contradicted by the sound system, but that's earlier in the testimony, and it could just be the case that you couldn't hear the music from outside. So either the sound system contradicts that it's dead quiet, or the sound system is contradicting the thud. I think it might be the thud, if only because that happens after he mentions the music blaring. It could have been very overwhelming. The five senses are still bound by logic. The window is open, how can it be dead quiet? Well, that would be a reasonable objection to make. Unfortunately, we don't have the windows as a piece of evidence during this part of the cross-examination. That's not what we're looking for right now. And he's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. Partner heard gunshots. Find the building dead quiet. Door was locked, checked the alley, didn't see another way in. Chopin shot off the lock. Oh, we're also using the lock. Hold on. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, and there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I hear a thud from upstairs and came running. Found the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. They're emphasizing the senses, so I don't think there's like a physical contradiction with the logic of what's going on. Lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Contradicts the crime scene as we know it. I'm gonna try it. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city. Even in the lower wards, But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Well, it's some kind of loud music up the stairs. Well, that was later in the testimony, but sure. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor? Well, yeah. Heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside. Yeah. Sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. Not very complex if you're understanding it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition.
Maybe they redid the windows, too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly insulated. Well, soundproof. Well, hold on. I mean, I guess it would be soundproof. Yeah, it would have to be soundproof. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproof? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not a flawless argument you're making it out to be, or not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open, he might have merely neglected to mention he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Fast on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at this arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as programming will allow, and I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently... Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but opened by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed, and only opened at the last moments as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot, and we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the room when opened. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Your theory is flawed. Far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of the arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Oh yeah, no, it's the problem with the windows pattern. It's the open window. Well, windows open in arcs. Fingerprints on handles. There we go. Fingerprints on handles. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Ms. Rockford talking about those windows as if they swing open? What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at them should tell you which side the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So, if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. Or I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood spatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least.
Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARC's data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the ARC could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough. Waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. Aww. The cute little look to the side. She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof, but she's also shifted tactics. It's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected, general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how's about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? You overturned 5 dead bodies, testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence. Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that a swear? You lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? Warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Heard gunshots in the lower wards, headed towards the sound. Ooh. I didn't even think of that. If it's completely soundproof, how would he hear the gunshots coming from that direction? And how would he know to go into that building? Ahem. How could those 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh, crap, yeah. Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. True, enough said. I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m., Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did. And since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient, but confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really... So you never heard a peep, but your partner, he somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed, before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I should stop you? But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Bluebloods. Commotion, uproar, pandemonium, tumult. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did, technically... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved, too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent? True. True. That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change. It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen, and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Bluebloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you... Time to flex your media literacy! Oh, shit! Choose and present the article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Bluebloods. Remember, you can reread any articles you've collected this episode in your phone. Okay, well... But you already read them front to back, right? I have a feeling it's going to be the one on the Pillars of Atlas. Political convention next month. Heightened security spending. City contract for mercs? Heads involved in hunt. Helium fuel. Ballot measures. Public schools. Acid snow. Renaming. Renovating Atlas Pillars. Is that the right one? Ballot measures. Ballot propositions. Funding of... Excuse me, sorry. And the reason we know it's the ballot measures one is the bits and pieces we can find in the red ink. Support the construction, re-election, Councilman Long Push, colloquially referred to lower wards, upcoming, pillars required for expansion, eminent domain. Ahem. Funded by Chopin. Does it say that as well? Indeed it does. Ahem. I do believe we have some important names on this ballot. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Counselor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measures specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea, bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them, and of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean... you... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this found here? The red ink! Ahem. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make out references to P492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure there unless they're willing to play ball with the Blues. You'd have to get past the Bluebloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Gekido. Vehemence. Wrath. Outrage. She said it. She said that. What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night, when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. It is a bit of a pickle. What have you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner. That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt. You've got brass, all right. It's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria! Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd... Seriously? He's the Hound? But isn't the Hound that... cop-killing animals? Knew that whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you... Or what, you'll stab us in the back, too? Sosuke, please calm down and shut up. That apple. Hang the whole house with him. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal. We need to focus on preventing. It's not enough you butchered him like that. Animals. You gotta pay his lawyer to spit on his grave, too. At least the Bluebloods know their place. How dare you! While you pigs were colluding with Bluebloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better a Blueblood than the piss running through your veins. Ooh. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid. Now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. Yeah, you tell him, Rogers. This heat. Burn the house. Tension like a haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots. On the back of my neck. Every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you... Bead of sweat. Something that feels like... Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us. Get down. What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. Oh shit? Oh shit? Fucking awesome? Hey, you okay? Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Is that... I assume that's...
Sosuke, I am not injured.
Danger's gone. Heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back.
But why did you push me down?
What? What do you mean, why? Why did I... Take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits. Sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless... Oh, that's not going to show up in the VOD. Fuck. Flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Or fears? Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once. At the very end. Okay. Taking 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so... Maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? How did that man get into the courtroom? The building! With a weapon like whatever the hell that was! It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. 26? 169. A+. Occupation, superior judge of the higher circuit. Likes hot springs, cold beer, warm tea. Dislikes waking up before her alarm. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Cat person, I happen to be allergic. Mark answer as yes. Never forgets a password shorter than 10 characters. Favorite season, a password shorter than 10. Awesome. Cool. Good for her. Fucking Mike Tomlin over here, never blown a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter. That's a joke for no one in my audience, by the way. A joke for literally 0 people in my audience. Actually, none of them. It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low-tech. It uses a simple air intake system, projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth. Where on earth do these people? Didn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside. Hey, the Steelers don't play until tomorrow? I know! I have work tomorrow because of them. Oh, that's gonna suck. Oh, I work so fucking late, too. I work so fucking late. Oh. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are the metal detectors that all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we've already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. Probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him into the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky he's stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Icaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Allegedly. There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks. And 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Was he? Shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's Pod? Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders.
Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interests for the trial to continue. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. Story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke. Every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. You won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour. We would have to... The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could... Ambulance chases will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Okay, so it's just one? Just one? Interesting. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left in the docket. Finished? Tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Ugh. Fine, yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout, like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken a mistrial. Dumped the Hound of Ikaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? Haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you failed them. House Ikaria are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this just to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Owen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slowly as a second hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. Never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. Spend all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people. Maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass, just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? You need to? Get over it? I have a responsibility. Prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. The hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I never felt that bad about it at all. Shit. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, that half-stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. I fucking love the dynamic between Morgan and Emma. I love that Emma is just as much of a fucking freak as Morgan is. It's awesome. It's so fucking good.
God, the writing in this game is fucking superb. State building. Floor 48. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Acadia really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room, with a crowd moving around him? Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered that you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Preston had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited to take his shot? You get a good look at him? I did not. Shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably, metahexaphenolin. Fucking, why do you have to keep saying this? Just fucking say Nirvana. Christ. Considering how well the Bluebloods have been pushing it. Metahex... Nirvana... Fucking thank you! Thank you, Morgan! Thank you! Party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here, don't take this out of context. Sure, but at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. Took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth, and he'd started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball and out of just rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Bluebloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Woo! Up in smoke! Pharma megs and dispensaries of the world will step in and reap the rewards. The Bluebloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. Gray tide rolls on. The Bluebloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Cyanus? Yep, some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. Morgan's lost Emma 9 times before. Morgan also never worked murder cases before the game started. She can only lock in when there's blood involved. So true, actually. So true. Also, first-time chat. Welcome, welcome. So if the Bluebloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate. Bluebloods want the big payoff from the Pillars and to marry into the rival family I don't remember the name of. The Acadia. Yeah, they're juggling a lot of plates right now. Or spinning a lot of plates? I'm not sure. One or the other. It's precarious and they're doing quite a lot of it. Basically, they can't afford it. Buy-in's too steep and everyone past the door likes it that way. Okay, so the idea here is that they currently have a monopoly on a designer drug, Nirvana, that is really bringing in bank. However, that's likely to get legalized. Any drug facilitation or production or anything like that isn't a surefire thing. Even if it's an extremely profitable monopoly, eventually it will dry up because everything just gets legalized. That's how it works. So once that income is gone, they need to find some way to ensure prosperity and security as things continue. So they're both trying to get an in with the police regarding the Pillars, so that they can have some more grounding and a more structure, more stability, and be more of a pillar of the community, as it were, within the lower wards. And they're also trying to kidnap Makoto so that they can facilitate a marriage between House Acadia and the Bluebloods, just so that, like, they don't fucking die. They've been on life support for so many years, and they're doing literally anything they can to try and get off of it right now. Because if they can't get off of it right now, they're fucking done for. Who was the no mask for? Creed said it was, or Creek said it was for the Hound. Could he have been telling the truth? And if so, no, it was a huntsman. The buyer said it was someone. Oh, right. I'm getting my names mixed up. My bad. There's still someone there. Assumedly, huntsman is probably their equivalent of the hound's position. Gotcha. So that might be our culprit who swooped in. Maybe coming for the no mask. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share. Or Chopin was the huntsman? It's possible, yeah, that could be the case. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in the court about Prop 492? You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Bluebloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. That might explain why it ended the way it did. Hound, Huntsman, and Red Riding Hood. Fucking... God damn it, that's good. Fuck. Oh, that's really fucking good. And it's interesting that we have Red Riding Hood and the Hound against the Huntsman in this case. Huh. Oh, that's... That's fucking awesome. Amazing first time chat. Also, Apathy Abridged, fucking awesome username. Holy shit. Welcome. Happy to have you. So what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these blue bloods are... He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him, that's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for blue blood leadership. So it's the old guard who wants you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? You need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. Might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the blue blood shit list? Because of... last year's meeting? Why is Renogen an option here? He's an orphan that was raised by the Icaria from birth, right? Yeah, I've been thinking that. I don't know if I vocalized that or not. I'm wondering if he's the lost blue blood heir, and that's like, in a way, their final vengeance against the fucking blue blood family is to take the last precious lifeline they have and turn him into the fucking head of security, put him in the most danger of anyone in their entire house, and make him completely loyal. Last year's meeting, maybe? Last year's meeting is probably the one that makes the most sense. Because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about it? What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. They were going to work out a deal for the Acadian... Oh, Acarian's a nice word. Or a nice, I used that in a D&D session before. Acarian Network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked swill of blue bloods made Why would we want the basement-cooked swill the Bluebloods make sold in our storefronts? Our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the Old Guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The House Elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety, and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The Hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full-time.
Is that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship?
Of course it is.
Then why do you sound like that?
You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kind of assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the Old Guard, or I think I read that was a Morgan line. Oh no, okay, that was, damn. Even unconsciously getting the lines right. Nice. Let me take a look at something real quick. Hold on. Oh, we got a profile on him. Didn't read it. Out of curiosity, what's Sosuke's blood type? I think I checked this before. It doesn't seem to correlate with any other blue bloods. AB negative. Ooh, interesting. June 16th. Occupation, police officer. Lower wards patrol. Likes saltwater, rosemary, graffiti art. Based. Dislikes sand, marshmallows, the lottery. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Oh, buddy. Can't stand mice? What? Balance, easily upset. Okay, let's look for... Sosuke is also AB negative. But what if they changed his blood? It's possible. I don't know why I'm looking at her like she's gonna have blood. Who else has AB negative? Masters, Kodo. What did she say? So why are the Old Guard still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an Old Guard.
Is there someone we could talk to who is?
There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Fuck, this is good. Here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like, 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meeting here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big-shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure, so it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. Need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care.
Is something wrong?
Why would you think that something's wrong?
It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending.
No idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet.
I had been bothering Sosuke, I think, pestering him about catching bullets.
You were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his.
But I can't catch a bullet either, even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I just...
Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it.
Father built me to be strong. I should be able to...
David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow.
And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? Do you think that I could get stronger? That maybe that could be my reward and not my punishment?
I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that.
I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom.
Detective London took out that shooter?
I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed.
Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until...
I am not thinking about his motive. I am thinking about how he is dead.
You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forgot that includes the extraordinary, too.
You've seen violence like that before, then?
Yes, I have.
Seen people die?
Yes, I have.
Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers?
Probably a safe bet.
This is a private subject, isn't it?
Death is always private. I'm no exception.
Do people ever get used to it?
I can only speak for myself.
Have you gotten used to it?
Every time is like the first time.
I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to.
Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. It's so fucking... It's peak. It's so fucking peak. It's so fucking peak. It's insane. Oh my god. Every single stream is like climbing a mountain and reaching a new summit. It's crazy. Irashai.
Irashai.
What do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One's Sarah. Who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. You want some to drink?
What do you recommend?
I just got in this case of beautiful, tawny deep reds from volcanic soils across the sea. Savory and full, with notes of cherry and oak.
Sounds delicious.
You just described a tree, down to the dirt.
Well, I would very much like to try it.
Sorry, you're underage. She's an android? A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter?
Irashai?
2 waters, coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Ikaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Hold on, how old is Sarah? I think she's only been alive for, like, less than 10 years or so? I don't know. I thought she was, like, 20. No, she's very young. She's very young. It should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear, is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia.
I don't understand why he... why the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them.
Presumably age is not a useful heuristic in this case. Yes and no. Because she was, like, grown. So, like, yes and no. Like, she's not mentally 3, but she's also definitely not an adult either. Physically or mentally. Yeah, it's hard to say. I think she would still classify as a minor by most standard definitions of the term. What am I talking? She's definitely a minor. Mentally and physically. Can robots even drink? Like, would they get drunk? I think Sarah can. These neo-ability types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and back side to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an ambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point they can't misconstrue. And the Icaria aren't exactly at the top of neo-ability's pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. It doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where all the rival houses can see, damage sticks.
You know a lot about the neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the neo-aristocracy?
Do I look like I got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid.
Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is.
I'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. Blue Blood assassin trying to miss him mid-trial? I don't get it either, but the Blue Bloods aren't as rational as they used to be.
Used to be?
I traded with them a good deal when I was younger. They were richer.
Traded what?
Stock tips.
Oh.
This was before the Icaria cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. Russ weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Icaria cartel were just that. Drug runners and drug smugglers and dope runners. Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on the opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if...
If what?
If the Icaria hadn't killed them all.
But didn't they have allies? Connections?
The Moors were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted to do anything to do with them. Okay, when you say cerulean blood, surely they didn't actually bleed blue, correct? Surely not. If so, I hope that you explain you mean that literally right now. Because that's a very important thing to know.
But they were the victims.
Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. When you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason.
They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them?
All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents, and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family and became the first-gens and then the young bloods.
What about the money?
How can Sosuke be the secret Blue Blood heir if he clearly bleeds red? I'm sure that's a discrepancy they could find a way to technology their way out of. You know? They punched out... that's true! They did punch out all of his blood. Starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Icardios just stole. The vast majority of it was held overseas where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. Getting butchered by the Icardia was a bad beating. Losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Wasn't color changing blood literally in the last case? Was it? Didn't we have pink blood last case? Yeah, the salute, okay, android blood, right, androids bleed pink, that was really key to how it worked last case, right, okay, gotcha, yep, alright, I remember that. Hell, it even, just a second to admire how well constructed Of the Devil does a lot of its logical bookends for puzzle solving. The solution for episode 1 was poison using android blood. And the opening of episode 1 shows you an android police officer getting bludgeoned and bleeding pink. If something's important, they establish it right the fuck away. God, this game fucking rules, man. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no?
I would have to say, it would have to be a very sobering poem.
Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Bluebloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same old ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one. New spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, a promised prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves, one lone heir to all the fortune the Bluebloods lost. Got spirited away overseas to out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... I'm guessing you've heard this one before.
Is there any truth to it?
Old Guard certainly seems to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. This information broker gave you an article and told you to pay attention to the specific pillars thing, which was the turning moment in this case. Yep! I knew it was going to be that one as well. As soon as it was asking me to consider media literacy, I knew it was going to be the first one they gave you. They can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes young bloods start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. Give me 1 second. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water.
The original full expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative.
Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant, if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods give their life to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all those years. Think the old guard would throw away the Youngbloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it. And so do the Youngbloods.
That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord.
No. Incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Chopin. You mean the son of a city councilman? Adopted son. Why kill Chopin, then? Why call him out and why kill him? And why frame... Hmm. Also adoptive. Also an adoptive son. Hmm. Okay, so we've got 2 adoptive sons. One associated with the Bluebloods, one associated with House Ikaria. If he's the heir, what does that mean? His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061 intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA established a procedure and funding or technology that helps individuals within a particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net-organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence of corporate immigration over the last 2 decades, but the purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation has made the task of weighing the true economic impact effectively impossible. What if they're both heirs? It could be the case, although I think there's a lot of emphasis on there being one heir. Well, I guess that would be a little subversion of it, maybe. Let's see. Sarah, look this guy up.
What do you want to know? I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home Orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business.
Bankrupt or bought out?
Bankrupt.
They just got swallowed. The parent company might have kept the records.
The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it.
Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo op that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and no, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. Age. How old was he?
His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There has been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost.
Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it.
What would be an unkind way of putting it?
The governments of the world were scrambling. Something about all 3 of them simultaneously going into their thinking poses is very fun. Okay, now question for if it pleases the court, if it so pleases the jury. When you are deep in thought, do you strike a thinking pose? If you do, Is it conscious or unconscious? And if you do strike a thinking pose, which one of these is it closest to? I strike a thinking pose where I cover my mouth and it is conscious. I cross my arms. I've never stroked my chin in thought. Thought about this question and realized I was already in the pose. Diamani's. Left hand, so almost always Diamani. Diamani's actually. I don't think. That explains a lot, actually, Merrick. Good to know. I'm never deep in thought thonking. I've been hitting the Alex Yeek pose with both of my hands on my temples and I need to stop. I'm sorry. What are you, fucking Morpheus in that INTJ meme? What do you mean you're putting both of your hands to your temple? Like fucking, like, not like Yeek? Like, not like this, or like you're fucking putting your fingers to your temple? What are you talking about? What? Anyway, I cross one arm across my body, I prop the other one up on it, and I'm probably somewhere like Diamani, although it's more so that I have the middle knuckle of my index finger across the top of my mouth. Much to consider. What was his education?
Tariq Chopin had a law degree.
He gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer. Son of a politician. It's not a bad path. Your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken. And they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. Joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move. That means he had a clear plan for what to do after. It probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop could get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. Hold on. Thoughts on scratching your head as a thinking pose? It's a classic. I don't go for it personally. It's a little too much. I need to be static when I'm thinking. But it works for a reason, you know? Is Chopin the hunter? And if Chopin is the hunter, are we going to make a joke that the hunter became the hunted? It would be interesting. A little play on Red Riding Hood, the Hound, and the Hunter. To have the Hound be framed for the murder of the Hunter, when it was Red Riding Hood who committed most of it all along. Didn't Creek say the hunter was from overseas? I think he did, yeah. I think there needs to be a third person because who killed Chopin? Yeah, I'm thinking that the killer is likely the hunter, but that also seems a little too easy. You know what I mean? Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you really think...
You think Chopin was the little lord?
Okay, so we're addressing it. Good. Okay. The last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real... I love fucking Tsuchinokos.
What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you...
And yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead.
To prevent the old guard from abandoning them.
3 thoughts come to mind. 1, this is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. Okay, if he is the Little Lord, Is it possible that Creek's pod captured Sosuke so that they could frame him for the murder of Chopin? Is it possible that, like, 3 people are hounding to blame the Hound for a murder? Is this the unluckiest motherfucker in the world? Are we just getting our Larry Butts, like, just on 3 counts of frames all at once? Everyone does hate his ass. Well, he is. When something stinks, it usually is the butts. Fuck. That would be so hilarious. Oh my god. That would be fucking awesome. Oh, please let that be the case. Please let that be the case. Oh, please. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Please. I would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. No, the unluckiest motherfucker is Morgan because her murder scenes always get so convoluted. As a matter of fact, no, they don't. Episodes 0 and 2 are outliers which should not have been counted. It's implied that she is murdering people consistently and in rather sizable numbers off screen. Fool me once? No, you didn't. Fucking that fucking video has my brain in a fucking death grip, man. It looks like I've just manipulated you. 2, as I recall. The only young blood you know is this Creek guy. I might have thought that she probably kills at least 1 person every 2 weeks for many years now. Girl is in the triple digits even with a conservative estimate. I see. If Morgan stopped killing, what would Emma do with herself? Exactly! She would lose her hobby! Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building. Clears his name pretty handily. The only young blood I know? 3. I can think of at least 1 other group that had killed to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. House Acadia. Who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Okay, it would also be an interesting inversion if they believe that Chopin is their heir. And so they're trying to kill Sosuke because he's framed for killing Chopin, and then he ends up being the heir. And then you have a blue blood heir that's fiercely loyal to the Acadia. Would that be a way... Would that... But Creek is a Youngblood, so don't they want to believe in the heir? What do you mean by that? The Youngbloods want the heir dead. Yeah. Hey, Sarah, give me some footage. Get some footage of me making this next one from over there in the corner. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. It's just, I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. That kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like, you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine.
Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day.
I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever.
Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad.
Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance.
From a distance? Wouldn't it be better if framed by...
It'll look like shaky cam found footage. It's more legit that way.
My hands do not shake. but I'll try.
What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. It's quite the treat. Why? Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah?
Kick it under the fridge.
Exactly. Rock ice are nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? The implication that she does it at home and just lets fucking water pool up under stuff. There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor. Half a lime, juice. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now you're the lawyer, and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case...
Put it in the bowl in the fridge.
It seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one.
Orge?
I assume Orge. Customer says they prefer simple syrup. You let me know, and we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. Told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, black label or higher.
Then shake the hell out of it.
Word of mouth can be deadly, down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building can easily become, I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get to me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Meant for a garnish with charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do a bitter blessing. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no? You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Ryan. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. And the devil laughs. You get all that, Sarah?
Yes, boss.
Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it, for God's sake. One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. The little lord's an urban legend. Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orcas shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsman. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary.
Are they some sort of assassin? Like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom?
Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. Feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work, go to sleep, wake up at night to a man wearing your own face choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone, across the room, in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas, in more contested parts of the world where the Bluebloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case. Or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. Why? So Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill.
How do you kill a boogeyman?
Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. Whoa! Nice! Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What, kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? The hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. Can't enter a crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've gotta be... You're a drug polishing lowlife. Why would I need permission to go? Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I never worked in pharma. Not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious. This is reality. The city's expecting Bluebloods to keep a crime scene secure. They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes. Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Yes, assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Zionist is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while they're at it? Let them investigate crimes, too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get bills from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm when we've got actual orcas all stomping all over a crime scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks, but it's break time. We've been live for more than 2 hours, so we definitely gotta take a quick 5, folks. Very smooth. Righty. So, set up that scram bet, rev up those fryers, because boy am I hungry. For a 5-minute break. Go stretch, get some water, get a snack, brush your teeth, all that jazz. See you in 5. I'm back. Hello. I should honestly just say that the breaks are 10 minutes long. That's what they usually end up being. Because I usually have lunch in that time. I have some peanut M&Ms as well this time. I had half a Italian hoagie. Now some peanut M&Ms. Objectively, the best M&M. Unless you're allergic to peanuts. Whew. What color of peanut M&Ms are your favorite? I like yellow the best. You probably play as Mario when you play fucking Mario Party, huh? I say blue. Right. Blue is a shit tier M&M color. Listen, man, blue barely exists in nature. Candy is the only place where you get to fully enjoy the depth of blue. I'm gonna enjoy it to the fullest. Simple as. That's just how it works. Blueberries are purple. Anyway, let's do our dailies. Starting off with Chandel. All right. They are so blue. Listen, Pub, I've already discussed the depths of your potential color blindness. We're not gonna worry about that. All right. With your takes, you better not be doing, you know what? You know what? Just for that. Give me 1 second. Just for that. We've got some extra time. 82.87%. On our first guess. Surely piss is not one. Dandelion. That's further. Okay. So surely not a white. Let's see, white. Cloud Dancer? That's a color? Oh, fuck. Okay. Eggshell. Closer to Cloud Dancer. It's a very subtle off-white kind of a cream color. No. That's what? That's surely far too yellow to be beige. What? Closest I got was linen and whitewashed fence. Oh my god. I'm not built for this. This is scary. I don't like this. I don't know color names. Cloud Dancer? What is this, the fucking Stormlight Archives? Check Discord. What color is that? Okay, checking Discord. No, that's very clearly blue. You're right. That's definitely blue. However, that's an extremely saturated shot of a blueberry and not how they would be experienced in real life. There's also white linen. Don't hate on Cloud Dancer. It's the color of the year. I'm not hating on it. It's just... Alien Armpit is... What the fuck do you mean, Alien Armpit? Are you trying to make C8 make more glorp art? $68.68. Amazing. Is jelly anything? Yeah, I don't think we're built for this one, folks. This is scary. I don't like it. I don't like Colorado. No, thank you. Let's go to something I know better, like Chan's. All right, we start off with the Merrick. We start off with the Saito, I think. Not Merrick, not Saito, not Persona 3. 2025, less than 9. Fuck. Okay. Hold on, entering my mind palace. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Is it me? It's not me. I don't know why I put in Fia when I know it's less. It might be another one fan art Chandy as well. It might be another one image Chandy. Before 2023. Okay, it's not Loot Chan. Is it Sun Station Chan? Oh fuck! It's a one fan art Chandy again. Fuck. A one fan art Chandy from. Is it? Holy fuck! It's Kuze. Is it Kuze? What's the acronym? Oh God. Okay. That was 2023? Shit. Oh God. One fan art. Not a lot of our heavy hitters. It's under 2020, you're 2022, you're fucked. I don't know. I don't think I'm completely fucked. We just need to pin down the year. Okay, hold on. This is just data. I know it's not this. Well, no, I don't want to guess Loot Chan because I know it's not Loot Chan. I'm entering my fucking mental mind palace database of Chans that would be drawn that are from. Hold on a minute. What the fuck? Hold on. Wait. Give me a second. Hold on. It's before 2022. Boulder, when did you make the Janart database? When did you make Janart? Because it has to be a Chan from before 2022 that has one fan art and is in the Janart database. Right. I'm at, when was it made though? When was it made? This will help me narrow down a possible result. I'm just gonna go for what I think it might be. Okay, swing and a miss. I had to go for it. Oh Christ. How many have we done? 5, give me one hint. 2021. Hold on. No. Persona 4? Is it Ass Slapper Gold Hand Chan again? No. Okay. I had to go for it. Is it lore? No. A voting game, Chan? It's possible. But I don't think there were a lot of voting game Chans that were one-offs. We know it's not Irene. Give me another hint. Obviously, yes, I know that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that I mean, sometimes the hint gives you the answer immediately. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Understandable. She's since gotten quite a few more. I'm sorry, we don't have the original? Well, I guess we wouldn't, yeah. Yeah. Oh shit, the Gorgeous View collab adds so many to this. Oh no. I forgot that was within the bounds. Okay. Alright, time for the main event. Can we choose it? You know we scran, baby. Let's get it. Alright. Just a normal, everyday, average, mundane Sunday scran. Sausage or steak bowls? Hey, listen, I'm not a steak guy, alright? I'll be the first to say it. I'm not a steak guy. This looks fucking awesome. I'd inhale it in 2 minutes. Salt beef bagel with pickles or crinkled chips and pie? Listen. I'm not a steak guy. The mustard is a little haphazard. The pickles look like they don't have a lot of intention. This bagel looks pretty dry. I know pie is literally random on Scrandle. However, this is a good looking pie. These are some great looking fries. I think stick a fork in it, it's done. Are we fucking serious right now? Spicy sausage. Unbelievable. Pizza does normally lose. You are literally responsible for the appearance of Extra Lean Ground Beef Chan, Edge Chan, Eye of the Universe Chan, Ghost Pepper Chan, Insatiable Despot Chan, Ladder Chan, Ogdo Chan, Ripper Chan, and Slayergate Chan in the dataset because of Chantober Vember. And I'm proud of it. Thank you very much. Listen, this is a mess, but it's a delicious look. I was gonna say it looked delicious until I remembered the fucking peat moss of fucking mushy peas that exists at the surface layer of this Scran swamp. I'm still going right. It's never fucking Shirosh Kenyer. Never. Never. Also, that was like kind of currywurst adjacent. Okay, again, it's not going to be crumbly ass pie, but you took your glasses off. It's gonna be this frankly awesome, not awesome, but good and therefore awesome looking chicken curry. 39? What are we doing here? Sausage in batter, no price data. Versus pretzel. Listen, man. I think the pretzel should take it. However, it's an American pretzel, so all the fucking virtue signalers of Scran are gonna look at that and say, not a German pretzel, so it fucking sucks. Actually, no mustard, no cheese, no nothing, just a fucking salty-ass pretzel where you didn't even put salt in this entire center section? The fuck? Left. This looks awesome, man. I don't even fuck with the slaw that much, but like, I know this one rates upsettingly high. Yeah, 82 for those sloppy ass nachos? The Stone Burger or loaded fries. Any day of the week, I'm taking these loaded fries over the Stone Burger. However, the Stone Burger wins because it's a burger, and this is unidentifiable brown shredded slop. Jelly, I need your opinion on an important matter. Churros, it's fried dough coated in cinnamon and sugar. How are you ever going to say no to that? Cheese and ham toasty versus the breakfast stack. Fuck, man. Breakfast stack does clear. However, I think it's just because of where I'm at right now. Physically, mentally, emotionally. This looks awesome. I mean, it's gonna lose. But with a hot chocolate too, oh man. Man. I'll take a 9 out of 10. I'll take an absent-minded 9 out of 10. Didn't know that was the last one. Didn't know the stakes that were riding on it. Fucking could have been a perfect scran. I don't think... How is this getting a 46%? What's not to scran about this? What's not to scran? What? The fries are perfect. You almost went for the third. No. Let's not complicate the narrative here, okay? I was never considering choosing the ham and cheese toasty. All right? I was never considering choosing the ham and cheese toasty with a hot chocolate. However, I was thinking about how nice it would be. It was never gonna beat the breakfast stack. This is a ludicrous amount of food for $6.70. But this does look kind of nice. No, the more I look at it, it looks kind of... No, I don't think I want to look at that anymore, actually. No, thank you. No, thank you. Very adept scran. I mean, listen, there's a reason only 7.9K is going out on that scran bet. And it's because the people trust me and they understand that I'm capable of getting results. Okay? If this was a Joe stream, the 9 out of 10ers would be getting paid triple what they anteed. All right? But because this is a jelly stream, you're going to get average payouts on an out of 10 because that's what my voters expect from me. They expect greatness because I deliver it consistently. That's what it's all about. Now let me fumble with my setup because I don't have a hotkey for this. Nine out of 10 is an A-. Not even a 4.0. Brother. I'm not in school. Grades don't matter anymore. The GPA doesn't exist, bro. It can't hurt you. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not? Let these orcas give you the tour. Was that you giving me permission? No! You in London should be out of your at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debriefed. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again, and I'll break your finger. Is that an ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung? Whatever. Think you can just walk away after the shit you said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Get it. Don't go to hell for all I care. Oh, not you. God's sakes. Fucking Sarah over there just, what'd she say fuck me for? Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was going to blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is
Uncompromising.
At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met.
That was not a very nice thing to say.
And it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson? Bluebloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. You say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back.
Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry.
More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing, that's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet on you gotta worry about. What brings you back here anyway?
We're pursuing leads.
Sounds serious. About Chopin. Anyone go digging into Chopin after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, only to cross it off the list. But other than her, I think you mostly just pissed people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof windows theory, but don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it left in any comms logs on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site.
Have you found any secret passages on the premises?
Afraid not, little lady. But maybe you'll have better luck than me. I don't know. Secret passages? I don't know. Maybe we need to get some rules up in... Secret passages? In what world? Your testimony? Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? The writers have been chronically reading, I see. Yeah, they have. Since episode 0, my man. You and Reyes happened to be in the area. You don't want to take my word for it. Reyes will tell you the same thing.
It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment.
Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? 10999 went out around 10:15 p.m., telling us that Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. 10:21 p.m. we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in, and Sunshine and I started clearing the front door, first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was? Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed.
So the Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself.
Yep, charged in and pistol-whipped him right in the head. I assume you found that the first floor was, in fact, clear? Yeah, and all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Cyanus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. 110... 1037. Unlocked. Detective Reyes arrived on the scene. Utilized a physical lock key like all the other doors on the premises. Nothing suspicious was found in this or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared. How old is London again? I don't think it's ever explicitly stated, but like Danganronpa was the Oh yeah, with the pink blood. No, that makes sense. You're right. You're right. This one's all Lumineko because it's a closed room murder. Except we're inside of the closed room. Actually, hold on a minute. That's kind of cool. Wait a minute. It's a closed room mystery when we're inside the closed room and mostly the cause of the mystery. That's kind of cool. Old enough for him to be over 40 when all the Bluebloods under 40 were killed? Yes. Yes, I believe so. Sorry, I'm fidgeting with the phone charm real quick. My bad. That next episode will be 2nd May. I can feel it. The next episode is going to be 428, but specifically the Nasu chapter. Additional analysis confirms that it's soundproof. Okay. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Bluebloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Cyanus had unlocked every door in the building at this point. When I first walked down this hall, and when I walked in out the front door later. How did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you going to convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult, without accounting for the 4 dead Bluebloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What do you want to pitch this as the Youngbloods and Old Guard going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492.
But what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets.
My theory's correct, and Chopin was killed because the Youngbloods didn't want the Old Guard abandoning them. The Old Guard have always hedged their bets on the Little Lord returning. Does that mean that the Red Ink plans to profit off the Prop 492 were a Youngblood conspiracy? Papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting.
You won't be joining us?
Not this time. Gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Trying not to piss off the Bluebloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky.
What does Sparky mean, by the way?
It's a nickname, because you're so bright.
Nickname.
But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, should have asked first.
What do you mean?
I'll just call you Sarah.
But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back.
Well, okay then, Sparky. Oh, you hate spearmint that much?
That is, I would never want to seem ungrateful.
Seems like the smell is starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood, now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute android, by the way. So, what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Bluebloods use silent alarms? Excuse me. Yeah, of course.
Thank you for telling us.
Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arx would have chewed it up and spat it out by now.
The Arx is not flawless. It can miss things.
Look, you've seen the level of tech we Bluebloods have. It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm would have quite as much luck... excuse me, sorry. Luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah.
But the Arx can...
oh, no. oh, no. Gotta take some water. We're fine.
But the Arx can miss things that aren't tech at all.
Silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. Offensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then, how could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. Maybe something operating at a higher frequency than human hearing?
What a horrible smell in here.
Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell.
I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed out your chest at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? Still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. The knife. Right. The only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. Sorry, horrible, horrible sound experience. I apologize. The bit took control of me in that one. It won't happen again. I hope. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah? Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. Un instant. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife, and it's charred? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. Sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put out the fire when they first secured the scene. The knife wasn't in the fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and Cyanus miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true, but they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they don't actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then, we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood type? Whoa, no way! The DNA of the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Great! Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met? Yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, Adonai. To analyze the blood on this knife, I would have to use my own... tongue. Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Like iron? Of course I don't. You never like licked a cut? What? You never licked a cut before? What? Look, the fire sanitized it, probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. And what? Oh. What have you got? There is blood from more than one person present. Mostly B-, I believe, with some AB- around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. So B- means we used it to kill Miller. B-,
And then AB minus. Like, Greek, Giovanni. Obviously, like, Morgan, of course, AB minus. But also, like, Rogers and Sosuke. And Rogers. Rogers as well. Thank you for your report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow.
Yes, Adonai.
And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. My knife. A mass-produced medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors. Recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside the crime scene. Bears clear signs of blood on the blade, despite being significantly charred by flames. Sarah's unique but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis found the presence of the following. Type B- blood and type AB- blood. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sosuke. How the hell did it end up outside? How many androids can say that? Now come on, we got some boxes to tick.
So this is where they found Creek's body.
Anyone else with B- blood? I mean, probably, yes. No, there's no one else with B- blood. Where's Chopin? No, I mean there's no one else with B- blood. However, we have a pretty clear idea of where the B- blood came from, considering we're the one that lodged it in his neck. You know? Anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm? No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration.
They weren't paralyzed.
What do you mean?
If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy.
That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was laying dead, letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all?
It doesn't seem like it. They were holding something by the time their body got to the... They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue.
Had been holding something. Dropped it when he died. Let me look.
For what?
Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on. What's this? What was that? Did you just jump?
I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai.
What sound? I just brushed against this little toy thing. You can hear it?
I can. It is not exactly pleasant on the ears.
Did any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you?
I'd imagine any android, robot, or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone.
Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood.
Closing the window would not matter.
Soundproof, though.
But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with.
Right. But you really think Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Interesting. Very important find right there.
Our client, Sosuke, according to Rogers, this is how he found him.
Thrusting the sword into Chopin.
Or merely trying to retrieve it.
Not a huge improvement there.
He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he?
That was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him.
What specifically?
Wound patterns? How exactly was he injured?
His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrist where he was bound. Contusions all over the anterior side of his body. And he also sustained a large, blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head.
His biggest wound was on the back of his head? I guess if he fell backwards onto the ground. Well, no, because Rogers fucking pistol whipped him.
There is also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen.
Alright. There's where our AB blood comes from. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. He was covered in blood, right? Samples taken for analysis.
The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He's got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai?
Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. What hand was it? Small cut on his left hand.
I'm afraid not.
How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Oh, hell yeah, media literacy time.
Is this evidence?
It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it.
Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article that they've been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat, and it seems...
Just let me skim it for myself. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled, arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. Suspect has already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, and listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism amongst shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent, but Hanami's CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking they're the next Heartbreak just because you bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Update. Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. We have also learned that a select portion of shareholders have received messages, quote, clarifying Hanami's, quote, global market strategy, end quote, and, quote, reaffirming their commitment to their workers as well as their customers and shareholders. Whether this is an indication of a reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, like what you're reading, does it change how you feel about Hanami Robotics? What if you could have access to stories like this hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premier account, you'll have access to all our updates on the business world as soon as they hit our desk. Remember, that's not insider trading, that's forerunner trading. It's nothing. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away no matter what happened to the original. Or, did Sarah say that?
Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original.
So it would seem. Oh?
Anchor Ton. Supposedly, he was the first to die.
Logically, he'd have to been. He had to have been. He's the only one who had a gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first.
Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him.
Right. Registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along?
Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago.
TC and HR. Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers?
The badge numbers match. It seems like they detained Ankerton briefly during a stop and frisk, and found this gun on him.
Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go?
Is it possible that he was a criminal informant?
If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. Besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs.
Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason?
Because they'd already gotten what they wanted it from him? Make sure to copy and file that stop and frisk report. Or copy the file of that stop and frisk report.
Right away.
Ooh.
Red Ink Protocol, designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute.
Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the images?
It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The ARCs shows that they failed.
That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages, then?
No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them.
They weren't left there by Creek. He took the documents out of his safe so he could reach the mask. I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. That about wraps it up here. Miss Han, since Cyanus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Oh.
Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary.
Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time.
Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that.
Fine! Whatever! Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really. It's just an app. You set up the frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? Couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. While I have you here, though, exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency, but I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in.
So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident?
Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof I did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Bluebloods' aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you were poking around, and they're the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods. Well, I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it.
It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos.
You have no idea what this ink means.
Would you tell us what it means?
Blood bag.
What?
The old guard used you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children, because the Acadia killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, want to be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you can still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA graded. Just like meat. And Creek. Save it for the trial, lady.
Are we done here, you think? Not quite.
Interesting. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. Check her blood type. I'm pretty sure she's AB positive, right? No. Just to get rid of the notifications. Or, my bad. O negative, yes. I don't know why I thought it would be AB positive. I don't know blood types, man. What do you want from me? Is Creek also O negative? I believe so. Yep. O negative. Same tattoo. What about the others? That's probably going to become relevant. No visible tattoo on him. Nothing I can see on him. And nothing I can see on him. Chopin was A+, I think. If Chopin had a tattoo, that definitely would have come up in the autopsy. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed the maggots to him. To, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him, but secondarily so that he could cut himself free from his bindings.
Those bloody rags there?
Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along?
He gave him a knife.
Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now, I want to know whose blood this is.
The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it?
I guess you're just gonna have to find out, huh, Sarah?
All of the other bodily fluids in this room do.
Probably. But I need to know. You've already done it once. What's one more time?
One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the Cyanus employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for a very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you the customer reviews.
That's right, Cyanus does DNA testing.
Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigative services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait, I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the bindings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience.
Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a raise. Carna Detroit Become Human would be all over these bloody rags. Man loves licking body. He truly does. Really is a shithole in here, though, huh?
I do agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place.
Perfect time for a water break.
What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai?
No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot. Still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I've used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party.
Because someone must have opened them. To go down the fire escape.
And then what?
They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right?
Yeah, that's one option.
What's the other?
Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? Guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But then what the hell do all these cops and Cyanus chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones?
I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticisms. Detective Reyes had much to say about how Cyanus employees were not wearing gloves and
knocking over trash.
They had picked up trash. That'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though? Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage? Again? Already? Just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. Wait. There. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. Torn page of the red ink document. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two Megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text. And that... Looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? It does mean that someone took paper. Was there blood on it? Took paper from the room upstairs and it ended up down here, which gives us a plausible escape route. And cyanide, red ink. How could it have been lying here, neglected, this whole time? Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More dead men's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add this to the arcs, or should I? Well, seems like you got momentum going, so please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han? It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs... Aw, man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost get rated 5 stars. So, did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Do it yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Is it Han? That'd be fucking cool. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the Old Guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the Old Guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikaria's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look, then? Still got the address boss gave us? Or address boss gave us? 6:06 p.m., August 15th, 2086. Blueblood territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Should we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne. As much as he'd like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. Surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. Smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. This is the fucking triple tongue click. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, Mama, yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of the earpiece grumbles a response. Cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mama will be out here in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than... You were thinking of visiting a host club? How much thought have you given this? That's fun. Oh, hell yeah! More media literacy! Let's go! What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at the host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding. I'd be more surprised if Sarah hadn't thought about going to a host club. Isn't she the best? Sorry about my table. Had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop, cultivated successfully for thousands of years and on all 7 continents, if one counts the agricultural science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity, unironically feeling maternalistic about her and just want to see her happy. True, so true actually. I love her so much. Have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material for much of the world, especially, in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and has been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern, genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild, and years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker, who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Data on the efficacy of burn pits in combating the spread of fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low, and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more policy motivated. Plotter's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms and the fungal plots were unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. You've got the workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, but as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsey syndrome remains a serious concern when we're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this webpage displaying properly for you? Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the water is, the bigger the storms they bring. Ooh, nice line. Bad enough I'm walking into the lion's den here. Who are you? Stepping aside even further into Blue Blood territory to defend an Acadia assassin. I really have to wait for a shoe to drop in a place this sleazy, too. Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? I'm getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. A host or hostess club is a club, type of nightclub at which staff cater to clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behavior. Talent, host or hostess, will make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sale of drink, food, and other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were internationally fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity with the first half of the 21st century, they've undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 to 30 years. Shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may have contributed to this phenomenon. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym where young adults can, quote, exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that increases in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and long-term dating. And for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as advisable or even mandatory step in acquiring or maintaining relationships with their superiors. Despite global trend of the decriminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or other to switch sides. Users also frequently search for how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you. Courtesan versus hostess, who would win? Who would win? Like in a fight? So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I never set a foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose you have a hard spending limit. There's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Sorry, adjusting headphones. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention to, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Oh, it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason, I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Beer, wine, champagne. Let's get some champagne. What the hell? Hey, Pomme d'Orignon? Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase, or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Pomme de tower! The staff begin an unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower! 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 I'm not sure Sarah's eyes could get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of. His eyes wandered, losing light all the while until they settled into a glassy-eyed, pitying stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table, adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. With the same nervous smile he'd used to shake hands with a suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming drink. That's an amazing fucking line. That's an amazing fucking line. He looks terrified. Money well spent. You just gave the tower away. I've got shit to do. I can't drink all of that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money to just pass it along to some stranger, are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? Filed under investigative expenses. That is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it would be more likely he'd have you killed. I'm on deck! The big cheese. The big cheese. Sorry, I wanted to get that one as a completely isolated audio clip for no reason. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... The hell do you want?
Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Oh shit, clearly need information a lot more than I thought. Ikaria must be giving you a mushroom treatment. Keep him in the dark and feed him shit. Yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Now can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Introductions, then. I'm Morgan, Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Ikaria. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. Okay, found the voice. AB positive, small business owner, likes persimmon, handbags, joint cracking. Dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, ad vandalism. Ooh. Hidden talent, can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Ooh. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Motto, promote from within. And one of the more influential members of the old Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it? The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is going to preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs. You're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know? Freak's killer, Bresson's fate. Little Lord ID. We don't know this. She definitely knows that. Bresson is the assassin who tried to assumedly shoot Sosuke during the trial. Oh, well, yeah, no, I do know who killed... Actually, no, you're right. I do know Creek's killer, but there's no way I'm giving her that information, obviously. I mean... Shit! This is a hell of a swing and a miss if I'm going for it, but hey, swing for the fences, huh? Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. There's also a chance, yep. Bresson's fate? I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. Okay, surely that information would have leaked, no? If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. One instant. Bresson. What a goddamned idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old Guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses, too. Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to the war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Fuck off! Oh my god, fuck off with this. Come on, man. More than anything else, they needed a lot of money right now. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Bah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the truckload if you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is going to roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs and the Icaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not! Who the hell just roll over with those upstart bootlicking... That goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the Hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. Emily's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Ha! Knew there had to be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of... I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the Hound gonna make it? You're asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Preston somehow managed to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. Detective? Yes, why? Don't waste the question on him, of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Bluebloods working with the Chopin family for profit off of Proposition 492? Ha! You missed that one. Try another. You missed that one. Try another. Fucking... You be serious right now? What are we doing with a fucking Germa joke in the middle of all this? What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand for us with a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pranks wouldn't piss on us. Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire. The feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo! Kid gets a prize. Or they were. Plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. Your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone had more pull than a ticketing... The moment anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Bluebloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Bluebloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Probably P492? Well, it was mentioned in an abbreviation, if not in name. P492. That's a pretty big giveaway. You must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Ah, Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? Leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place you run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. These are questions because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. The Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have a chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Bluebloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing it without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city.
Did Sosuke mention that?
It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during a police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man. Just doesn't know it yet. Final round.
But what if we still want to ask?
Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? No, Makoto did hire us. Makoto very much did hire us. I guess House Acadia would be the most accurate way to put it. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Guess it depends on if we think Makoto really has enough say to hire. Okay, well, listen. Right now, I'm not debating this based on honesty or accuracy. If we're going for accuracy, Makoto is correct. Makoto hired us. Is saying that dangerous? Dangerous to whom? Dangerous to us, possibly. Fuck it. Makoto Acadia, if that wasn't already clear. Aha. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Okay, so it was I don't know. Okay. Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Adonai? You're reviled by the international Bluebloods for locking your treasure behind GFAs you can't crack. Now all the old guard need transplants and transfusions for the first and second gens just to stay alive. And you won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually, you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at what, 30%? 40%! 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored fucking Betty! Oh my god! What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little heads over dear, sweet granny here. 'Cause she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little lord, but Tariq Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. How dare they, after all they put him through down there in that festering hole in a city district, try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue-blood scum! If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. It's peak. It's so peak. Holy shit. It's peak. Hi, Fran. What do kids your age like? Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? I don't know. Said you might go longer today. Is that still true? I have about an hour or so left. Is there a good stopping point within the hour? After this scene, that is. Probably? Okay. We're definitely going to go a little bit long. We're not going to stop on the hour here. I've still got one left. I'm probably going to go until Mouse goes live, or just about. There's like this scene and one other scene left in the day. Gotcha. So you can cut it at either. Okay, we'll probably just do both scenes then. I don't know. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. Mouse is sick today? Oh no, shit, that sucks. Other day, the school announced they're going to be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. It's not that impenetrable. It's just very basic. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth. Youth. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. What do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? First, hack them some fork knife bucks? What is that? Would that work? So what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh, so they must be like rich. Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them? Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible for my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. This is hopeless. Wait, hopeless? Usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into Vizier's purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know? I'm gonna steal that? Brother, you're the only one I know that it could be used against. What do you mean you're gonna steal it? I know some actual... Oh, I see. Gotcha. In another line of work. It's a mighty good picture of Joe. Must have been a while. Can we get a screenshot of this edited to be Joe instead? Whatever photo that is failed to send. God damn it. I mean... What would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. Fran and the grandma are just an excuse to add Homestuck pester logs into the game, and it's a fantastic excuse because they understand their shit. They know how to write this. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They've probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well, perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Akadia. We need to speak with you. About what? Getting a little too nasally. About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? It's not what I... There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Bluebloods have put him through. Assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria is doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote from I think Bhagavad Gita? All you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please.
If it's for Sosuke.
Enough. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster.
Chairman. All of you, show some respect, now!
Says it out of practice, without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him that there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who's used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tail begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then, come here, Makoto-tan.
Grandpa!
How are things on the front lines, huh?
Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course.
But my little warlord, making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door.
I was not expecting the head of a house of nobility to be so affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital.
Well, we were, and we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it.
And you made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure.
Wish I had seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings, just to fly home and see my grandson.
Ahem. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is...
I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good?
She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman.
Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be?
Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason.
Not another word.
Chairman?
Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won in a drinking game suppose it's been 6 years now. If this episode were written 2 months earlier, it would be won in a drinking game 6 or 7 years ago. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather?
Of course, but...
Old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court.
I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake?
The hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's a ceremony of it all, damn it.
Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away.
Aw. I'm one of those layabouts that were in here. Fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Learn a suit and a pair of glasses and you think stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do.
Should we be seated in a certain way for...
There is no cask of sake.
Oh. But then, the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid...
I made that up. You're the lawyer. Is there any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer, and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul.
So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir?
I want to walk the gardens.
Are we supposed to follow him?
He left that part unsaid.
How can you tell?
Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Pretty good. Pretty good way to link that together. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. Makes these conversations go much smoother.
But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here?
Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. Must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle.
Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in in the history books?
Orchestrated. So grand. So full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. And my uncle named me his successor for it.
Daisuke O+. Ooh, scary expression. January 25th. I'm taller than him, huh? Occupation, CEO, Ikaria Financial Group. Likes bodybuilding, archery, bonsai. Dislikes phones at the dinner. So fucking true, actually! So fucking true. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron, and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. The Bluebloods weren't even able to put up a fight?
They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won.
So how'd you get away with it?
Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour.
This was right before the Red Decade got underway.
And once the borders started locking up, there was no chance for reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right. So did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in the city. I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard.
And everything you've built since? Renogen, Array Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of?
That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly in a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace?
How?
No. I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. The shit shows they did go with the shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies, wholesale.
We being the neobility?
If that's the term you prefer.
Adonai, why is he confessing? Not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Bluebloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine?
My curiosity was genuine.
But not in your financing? Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked?
It fell apart because those first-gens and youngbloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. That's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby.
But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he?
No.
Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto, and he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well?
My order, yes. Not my idea. Or my order, yes, not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse?
You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety?
Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides, blocking checks.
Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Hey, chess metaphor,
help me out.
Any piece she doesn't know how to play chess? Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally, near the center of the field where she can attack freely, at least assuming you subscribe to... Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Bluebloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots?
What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makotan?
Blood? The ransom? Revenge? No reason.
Ooh.
Huh. I mean, obviously revenge. Definitely not the ransom. That's temporary money. It's either... Revenge is definitely too basic. But they could get revenge any number of ways. What? Well, if they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mirai suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. Okay. I mean, revenge. Bluebloods aren't lacking in motives for revenge. Bloody calling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. But the most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not... Okay, well... we run it... then the ransom? They took Makoto captive, they could extort the Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once. Yeah, after that, the Ikaria would make them pay in every other way. And even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Bluebloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage? No reason. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your soul heir than capture him. It's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto, if not to capture or kill him? The goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after the goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... Put another way, Sumari. The purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think. I know. Because that's literally what they did. I was wondering if this might be the case. Best way to get someone's bodyguard is to aim for the person they're meant to protect. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. They don't talk after the third. They'll never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just Bluebloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young blood, or young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The Youngbloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking about Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Bluebloods want, ultimately, is simple. So simple that my android
can't answer this one.
I can.
What do the Bluebloods need right now more than anything? Money.
A lot of money.
Fucking double dipping on it? How dare you? How dare you double dip on it? You dog!
Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana.
Such a shame, that. But we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So, at a time where they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My. I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound's skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his heads to such a degree?
What about Sosuke makes him so valuable?
His blood, obviously. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood.
Sosuke is the little lord?
Last descendant of the Bluebloods' ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks supposedly on Makoto begin?
About a year ago.
What else happened about a year ago?
The meeting between the Bluebloods and the Akadia that fell into chaos.
Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist.
With very well-defined pectorals and collarbones,
but he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim, could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left in any other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on their wall when they saw the results.
His reaction to this information is not very strong.
That's to be expected. I just told him a bunch of information he already knew.
He already knew Sosuke was the little lord?
A chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is.
If he knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger.
You know, bonsai. They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree, by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Bluebloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your efforts, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might leak. Might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Bluebloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even as you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes. Like condensation on steel. She was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I'd neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry. Felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak so that she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to, and the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. Instead, I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard a baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. Why let him live? How did I? So that I can invent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. He started the rumors about a survivor. So long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. Turn your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually, your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point, but he became the Hound of his own accord, I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Bluebloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. I feel fucking awesome figuring that out. That's a lot of fun. Man, I fucking love the writing in this game, man. Maybe Of the Devil is fucking awesome, huh?
Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything?
Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago, not when we have attorney-client privilege.
But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Bluebloods...
What? We'll work together and set Sosuke free? I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who'd share a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all of that to sink the Bluebloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Is there a chance of convincing Joe to play this? I don't know if he'd enjoy this. I think some people are definitely rooting for it. I'd be interested to see it as well, although it's a lot of reading. Get all this squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit.
Audit? Sosuke is on trial for his life.
Sosuke is sworn to protect his family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. Excuse me. If he does go to prison, the Bluebloods will die knowing their little lord is alive, but permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage. That's just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. That doesn't even cover his interest. But this doesn't even cover his interest.
So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along?
I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints?
That doesn't make sense.
Huh?
Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you?
Not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger.
What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions? He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof? Raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't... Pardon my android's outbursts, sir. I'll have to adjust her conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn copper. Next the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit! I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now! I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now.
That's fine. It was a good play in that moment.
But, do you think he meant that?
I don't know. Three Musketeers play this on Mouse Channel in 28, except they just play Jelly's voice clips from this earlier playthrough. I call Sarah. I call Sarah for sure. I call Sarah for sure. Sarah's mine. I call Sarah.
Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son?
Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been...
Makoto's mother.
Hello there. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has a very particular preference when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Araya Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19? He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along, if you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and take a deal with the Bluebloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Bluebloods ready to confess to the crimes he's accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke, he's not an unintelligent man. Really stubborn about all the most frustrating things. What do the Bluebloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. We'll convince Joe to read Of the Devil after he's underwhelmed by Great Ace Attorney and would want actual peak. We're reading Great Ace Attorney later. No Great Ace Attorney slander in this chat. I'm looking forward to it. I can't... I mean, it's going to be a lot of fucking reading. That's for sure. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I might see if I can get some people to guess to maybe help with the reading. Because, oh god, it's going to be so much. It's going to be so much. Oh, man. But I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of games that I'm going to be playing soon, or awkward segues into how you might request that I can play games soon. Fucking nailed it. Nice. Just a reminder, the short game redeem price is going to be doubling at the end of the month. Whenever February rolls around, the 50k short game redeem is going to rise to 100k per short game. We've gotten a lot of them, and I gotta find some way to make sure that I can get through them at a reasonable pace. 100k seems like it would be a reasonable increase if it ends up being too expensive and not a lot of people are going for it, but you know, we'll adjust. But for now, I'm raising the price to 100k at the end of the month. So if you have a short game that you are planning on redeeming, or maybe you have 50k sitting around and you want to redeem a game, now's the time to do it. Because at the end of the month, it is going to go up to 100k. Why not 70k? definitely needs to increase significantly. With the frequency that we get it at, it definitely needs to increase significantly. So yeah, February rolls around, price is going to be doubling. So if you have requests, now's the time to get them in. Whether half off, I suppose. I don't like phrasing it like that, though. Feels exploitive. Even though it's fake money that you just get for hanging around, you know? How long is the queue right now? There are about 40 games, I think? 1 second, I can check. Viewer rewards, power-ups and channel points. No, not customized display. Power-ups and channel points. Review requests. There are currently 42 short game redeem requests. So, quite a lot. It definitely needed to increase. Anyway, I told you, the old guard want to become neobility. How did they cement alliances among the aristocracy of old?
They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old.
Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing I've asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard? And driver. And poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Tracking Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. Can you play all the 42 games within a year? It's certainly possible. Yeah, it's possible. Most of them are, they are short games. All of them are within, 3 streams, which is about a week. You know? A lot of them are, 1 streamers. Let's assume, as a baseline, an average of 2 streams to complete one. If we're streaming, I'd say on average 4 times a week. I try to stream around 4 times a week. I'm talking just about the short game redeems right now. We have 42 of them. Even if each one of them took a full week, that still leaves us 10 weeks. Right? There's 52 weeks in a year, 42 stream games. That still leaves us 10 weeks of other games to play. Right? That's how math works. I never had to deal with time in terms of weeks in the year. Do you have long games redeemed? I have 1 long game redeemed, which is why the price of that is not increasing. That one is 250k. Only 1 person has redeemed it, that being Erolfos to redeem Fallout 2. That's the only one that has ever been redeemed thus far. So that one's staying right at 250k. That's a good price for it. And after you got back, he asked to become the Hound. The guy must have really hated guard duty. He must. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. Quick off-topic question. Have you drawn horses? As a matter of fact, I have drawn horses in Chicory: A Colorful Tale. It was a pretty good horse, as a matter of fact. I was rather proud of it when I drew it. Are you gonna request that I draw an Uma Musume character? Is that the bit here? Are you gonna make me draw an Uma Musume character? Sorry, wait. I need to make sure I'm saying it properly so Joe viewers know what I'm talking about. An Usamusumi character? You told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known?
And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what?
Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. Did you know 2026 is the year of the horse? You know? I think I was aware. Like how the tone of your voice shifted as soon as the implication arrived. You know, believe it or not, as you may have become acquainted with over the course of this stream and others like it, I do have relatively strong control over my voice. Or at least I would like to believe I do, to some degree. You know, it's fun. Speaking of Uma Musume, oh wow, it is kind of hard to say. I don't know why, I just can't stop thinking about how Theo would kind of perfectly work as one of, just put horse ears on her and call her, I don't know, unpaid overtime or something. Like... or unpaid internship or something. It would be perfect. I had a name that I thought of for the longest time, and then as soon as I tried to recall it so I could write it down, it fucking evaporated like mist. Like the smoke from her fucking coat. Just gone. I mean, that's basically it, girl with ears. Yeah, but I mean, like, girl with ears that also has themed costume as well. Anyway. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying for battle? Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. Or I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuse sizzling. I just don't get why no one's come over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Bluebloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? Oh, fuck! This is just Fire Emblem Fates! Hold on a minute! Wait a minute, hold on! This is just Fire Emblem Fates! What the fuck? Wait a minute! Wait, hold on! No! You don't get to do that to me! No, wait a minute! You can't- No! Hold on! Whoa! Stop the fucking presses! You can't do this! You can't put Fire Emblem Fates in my fucking Ace Attorney! You got your peanut butter on my chocolate, and you got your chocolate on my peanut butter! What? What are we doing here? You're not allowed to do that! I can't believe I fell for this shit! This is just episode 1 again when I realized it was just case 2 of Ace Attorney! You can't do this shit to me! Don't you know? Do you know what I'm worth? You can't do this to me! Not after everything I've sacrificed for this company! You are the ocean's great... The gray waves, you say! The great... Where is it? 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 It's here somewhere. Where is it? No. Where is it? Where is it? Don't do this to me. No, I found it. It was in Nirvana. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. No. No. Nirvana. Where is it? It's here somewhere. CDCA. White wave. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfuckers. You son of a bitch. I'm on to you. I'm on to you, motherfucker. This won't pass. This will not pass. I will not let you do this to me again. I will not be made a mockery in my own home if I can help it. You're gonna answer for your fucking crimes. You. I'm gonna need an explanation for this crash out. Okay, so, little history lesson. Fire Emblem Fates, the best Fire Emblem game, gameplay-wise. Feel free to kill me in the marketplace of ideas if you so choose to die by my blade. Is a game with a very shit story, but the core premise is pretty interesting. You play as Corrin, who is the adoptive child of the Norian royal family, a more, like, Eastern, like, medieval Europe type deal kind of family. But they are the blood relative of the Hoshiden royal family, a more Japanese-styled royal family. And the idea, the main conflict there is that you're the adoptive child of one family, but the blood child of the other family, and you're forced to choose which of the two families to fight for. So now we've got Sosuke here, who is the blood child of the Blueblood dynasty, and the adoptive bargaining chip son of the Ikarian family, which is the exact same deal as Corrin. They kept him as a fucking, like, prisoner bargaining chip hostage type deal. And he's choosing, essentially, to side with his adoptive family. It's just fucking Fire Emblem Fates. Anyway, the reason why I'm crashing out at Grey Wave specifically is because there's a song that gets sung about 17.5 million times during Fire Emblem Fates, and the lyrics start with a little ditty that goes, "You are the ocean's grey waves." Motherfucker! Oh, I'm better than this. I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm normal. I'm really normal, as a matter of fact. Maybe the most normal person to ever stream on Twitch.tv. Probably. If I had to guess. Anyway, that's the history lesson for today. Your homework is to play Fire Emblem Fates. You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows.
I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself.
By the way, no reason to push till 00 since Mouse is sick again. Gotcha. I will probably be ending after this conversation then. Not quite. No connection with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blueblood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria. This was one of those men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire.
Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto.
So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. All my streamers sick and only jelly in a positive way? Listen, I'm just taking advantage of a gap in the market right now. I'm not saying that I had any influence on the causes of current vacuums in the industry. I'm just coming into an unexpected little shortfall of sorts with stream time and all. You know, it was nice to be able to stream on Friday, is all I'm saying. Don't think about it too much, right? Your investigation doesn't need to go that far. Mire Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. Could you make it sound any more sketchy? I mean, it's not a drawing stream, so I'll ask you to draw your own conclusions. That was decided the day she was born. So you do have a relation to Renogen. Makoto mentioned your family was once given seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Renogen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. That doesn't matter. What matters is what Renogen makes and its prices and the prices it charges.
Renogen is best known for the patenting of metenformulin,
A patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand.
a normal corporation would strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Acadia drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. Type 2 abnormal diabetes, symptom of autoimmune disorder, diabetes, first discovered in the mid-21st century. It is characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose levels. While type 1 diabetes is largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 diabetes is acquired by poor diet and exercise, type 2A diabetes is mostly believed to result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to this disease is still not well understood. The disease's increased prevalence is in urban food desserts is well documented. The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise, but even then, the peripheral neuropathy, deterioration of nerves in the limbs, and overall fatigue can be debilitating. TAD can be treated with a variety of medicines, but the most commonly prescribed is metformin, as it can be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected like many comparable drugs. The cost of TAD medications is well known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth populations. While Renogen's original patent on metformin was expired, big stretch, and there are generic versions of the medication freely available, prices remain high even for drugs produced by direct competitors, for reasons that remain unclear. Renogen has maintained that metformin is sold, quote, at the proper market value, and has suggested that state mandate quality control processes are to blame for the inflated costs that drug manufacturers are forced to pass on to consumers. Users also frequently searched for tingling sensation fingers why, how to get health insurance, what does health insurance actually even do, me in 3 months? He'll need metformin for the rest of his life. And he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit that Bluebloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name M. Acadia in relation to the Renogen board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. Don't doubt that. Now, the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Renogen? Or the facade of nobility, back when we were Acadia Cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then, but not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it would buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers. What a joke. Does Renogen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their lives, until the day they finally fade out forever. Their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renogen.main.financing, prescription financing options.outofpocket.apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. Aw, that's sweet. Don't thank me. Don't. Can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pulled that off. Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think.
Perfect fucking stopping point. Perfect stopping point. I'm gonna save right there. Beautiful. Fuck, this game is good, man. Oh, man. Okay, so are we gonna... Assumedly, we'll be able to finish this next stream, right? We got 4 to 5 hours, plenty of time. Yeah? Should be doable. Probably, definitely. I want to know if the Fates reference is intentional. Almost certainly not. No. Almost certainly not. The gray wave is definitely a coincidence, because they call it a white wave first. So, the gray is simply, well, I guess you could work backwards from gray wave. Jelly, may I ask a quick question about Fire Emblem Fates? Yes, you may. I'll always say yes to that question. Who did you romance? Effie. Despite her English localization being really, really bad. Just atrocious. Oh my god. Oh man. Yeah, here's the thing about Fates. Gameplay-wise, fucking peak. In all 3 paths, I romanced Effie in Conquest and in, what's the third one called? Revelations. But in Birthright, I played as female Corrin, so I romanced Tsubaki. Because I married Cordelia in, in Awakening. Effie is a bad choice. She's better off with Arthur to make a banger Percy. Everyone, point and laugh at this chatter. Point and laugh at this chatter for optimizing in a strategy game instead of putting units together who they think are cute. Point and laugh at this chatter for playing the game correctly. The whole point of Fates is eugenics. This chatter has failed to recognize the joy and whimsy of making cartoon characters kiss. Kill them in the street with stones now. Anyway. Please play Fire Emblem Fates. Even though the story is really, really bad. Don't act like Xander x Charlotte isn't OTP. It isn't! It isn't! Laszlo x Charlotte is OTP. Obviously. They both want the same thing. That's why they're in an open relationship. They understand each other's needs perfectly. You don't get it! You don't get it! Pretend like you get it! All you want, but you don't! You don't understand the first thing about romance, buddy. You just don't get it. You don't understand, and you never will. Anyway, that's going to be all from me today, folks. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow when we, finish things up in court, I suppose. Until next time, have a good one, folks. See ya!